Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday, I guess. Yesterday was a holiday for many of you. Welcome to day 30 of the Chad Daybell trial. And wow, it has been a little bit of a up and down drama, I guess you could say. A lot of things were happening the last couple weeks. Last week, the defense rested. Then we have rebuttals. That's where we are right now. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a really good weekend and a good Memorial weekend for those who celebrate that. Or I know day 30. Isn't that crazy? So it's going to be an interesting week, I guess, to see how long it's going to be for rebuttals. I know in one of the end of days last week in court, the prosecution talked about it only being a couple days that they estimated rebuttals. So we'll have to see what happens with that. And then we have closing statements or closing arguments, and then we'll go from there. So where we left off last week was interesting because there's some liars on the stand, isn't there? I think there's a couple. I am so thankful for these live streams as well. It's so good to see you. Yeah, 1.5 to 2 days of rebuttal. That's what I remember as well. But we've already got into a little bit, haven't we? Friday was off from court. Yesterday was off from court. And so we'll get into it today. Now, we had Garth's friend upstate on the witness stand last week. That was interesting too, because he said that Garth actually went home and found his mom right away and his dad was nowhere to be seen. So that was an interesting you're welcome. I love you guys too. That was interesting as well. You guys want Lindsay to do the rebuttal, the closing arguments. Is that what you're saying? Lindsay is amazing. The whole prosecution is. Let's not talk about John though, because he's John Mado. What else? What are you guys thinking? Where are you right now? Yeah, there's some weird things going on. Richard says they said no to the one police witness rebuttal. Maybe that was part of the potential extra half day. It could be. Now, also, we'll have to see. What a lady. There's Jada on camera today. I'll have to put her out of the room because I don't know what her deal is. She's a little bit weird lately. Where were we? John, how long he talks. Now, interestingly, he's a little bit shorter than what he should be in terms of how long he's talking. There was an estimation that all 4 out of the 5 children of Chad Daybell was going to be on this stand, but there was only 2. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's like, oh, this is not going well, or what's going on. Looking forward to rebuttal witnesses. So we'll see what happens this week. I know. It's not alive without a cat, but it's just like, wow. Where's your manners? Keep it classy on It's a Crime. The other kids, where are you, Kathy? I see you here. The other kids probably didn't want to lie for him. That this is interesting to me, how this is going down. And Emma, I don't surprise. It was so coached, wasn't it? David says every other place I watch only ever said 3 children were testifying. I thought there was going to be 4. So I don't know, but at any rate, there was only 2, wasn't there? I missed everybody missed everybody 100%. We're still live. We're waiting for them, maybe another 3 minutes. Obviously coached. I watched it again and I just went, wow. Like the way it was almost as if they took a list and then tried to match that on everything. Mhm. Um, Emma and Garth lied under oath. 100%. Emma was basically reading from a script. It was bad. Me too. But you know what? Now we're fresh this week. I bet the jail calls between Emma and Chad are coming. I'm surprised it hasn't been yet. I'm 100% sure today we'll have some fireworks. You know the jury had to see that. I'm sure. I'm sure. May the truth prevail? Yes, I hope the other Daybell children have accepted the truth. We'll see. Now, that's an interesting aspect. Imagine the other children, well, I guess, well, it doesn't really matter that some of them don't listen to the rules anyways. Watching that would be interesting. Yeah, there was nothing natural about it. And her husband, remember her husband too? Oh my gosh. Welcome aboard. And by the way, those who are wondering who are members, I am posting today the membership live stream will be tomorrow evening, and then also adding on to the Zoom. So look for that in the community tab today. I went back and watched the 48 hours amongst a ton of previous testimonies to remind myself of everything. Do you think they'll start deliberations today? I really don't know if we have another half a day to go or a day. I guess it depends who's up today. I think from last time there has to be at least a half a day because who the prosecution mentioned last week still wasn't up. So I think we still have another day, but we'll see how long that takes too. The other interesting piece of information was the diagram of Tylee, don't you think? There was some things missing from Tylee, so you got to wonder where she is. Dean says, I'm now convinced that they told Alex to kill himself, hence the fall guy statement. There's an interesting aspect to that, Dean, that also I've been talking about before. I didn't talk about Alex. Well, I kind of did. There's a time that has my interest in when Alex died. And also what's been haunting me for a while is the making a gift basket that morning. Zulema asked Alex to make a gift basket, which I thought was very odd. I don't know many wives who would ask their husbands to make a gift basket. Not that they can't, but not many don't, which I thought that was weird. And then now with all the codes that are coming out, I wonder what gift basket means. Kind of like when Alex said, can I, do you want some eggs or something like that to Lori in a text? So exactly. I want to know what's going on with that too. Emma explaining the virtues of being light and doing and accepting the opposite. How about also when she talked about her mom, and it wasn't a goodbye, it was a see you later, I think, something like that. That is fishy for me too. Okay, I'm just gonna double check and make sure that see what this is going on. Okay, we're still okay. Poppy says you have the emoji on there. I think kids are schooled and lying. Emma has basically put herself in frame being there. Garth's possible perjury, so both should be arrested. It was very much coached. Emma, a lot more, it seems, than Garth. It was interesting with that 48 hours. Now, the video that I had of 48 hours only had them because I couldn't use this footage. So I basically repeated what they said and then connected things. So I did rewatch that, but I'll have to rewatch the actual original. I was putting a few things together, and I also took a little bit of time this weekend for the first time in, I don't know, 2-3 months or whatever it's been. Julia says, looks like this week, day of jury instructions after rebuttal, then start closings. I'm guessing a verdict by the end of week. Maybe that's possible. Maybe, and maybe if it pushes for the 9th would be good too for the anniversary date. Yeah, they talked about the gift basket and eggs. I always thought it was about some kind of poisoning. Very well could be. Nice to see you, Melissa. Thank you for being here and uh, moderating too. That's awesome of you, and I appreciate you. Thank you. I know it's hard, right? I think of that every time I say Chad's children or kids, but they're, in their late 20s and I think early 30s or maybe just late 20s still. I don't remember. I'm wondering why they're not being punished for perjury. Why do you think? Maybe it's coming because we did have Lindsay go, "Oh, so you're going to tell the truth, right?" I wish just one day Lindsay goes up and acts like John Mado. Would you want your child's teacher talking to a cult leader, Chad Daybell, on the phone every day? No kidding. Barb says because they are relevant, because they are considered victims. This case has people all over South Africa on the buzz, especially on our murder investigation group. Strange what they're saying. A lot watch your channel. Awesome. Well, that's great. I'm glad they do. Welcome to those who are watching. 1,600 people are hanging out with us right now. If you have a moment, please hit the like button, the subscribe. You know all the bits. Boop the button. And we are still, oh, are they? What's going on? Hang on, guys. I can see. It looks like it's stuck. Oh no, I could see them moving. They just haven't started it. Okay, we're good. They should be coming any time now. Zaluma the button. Bing the button. Hash brown the subscribe button. Rigor mortis the share button. Oh. Good morning to you from New Zealand. And hit the lapidity. I hope Bear's next too. I booped the button to bing. I love you guys. So good. It kind of feels like a Monday morning, doesn't it? But hopefully it's not going to be like that. Aaron says, check your like button because mine unliked automatically for some reason. Yeah, double check. What did I think of Joseph, Emma's husband. Well, he was very spicy to the authorities. I thought that was interesting. I thought it was interesting how he talked about chopping a bunch of wood. Wonder if Chad requested a bunch. And I know a couple of people was talking about it. Okay, what is going on with court? Confirmatory, the button. No storms in the forecast today, please. Not even the little itty bitty storm. Another person from South Africa. Awesome. Thank you for being here, you guys. I really appreciate you. Nate's is buffering as well. Okay, so we'll just see. I can kind of see them moving in the corner, so I know it's still going. It's just not on. This whole case has my husband cringing every time we have storms coming in. What do you do? Dear baby Jesus, no storms, cheese and rice. Court has not started yet. We're waiting. Not even a dribble. Here we go. Okay, you guys, let's get
all right. District Court now session on Stephen W. Boyce, Judgment Night.
Thank you.
Wonder if John's cranky today. Let's find
Please be
out.
seated. All right, if you give me just a moment, I'm re-logging in on this computer. While I do that, maybe I'll just confirm with the bailiff. We do have each of the 17 jurors have returned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I hope the prosecution's rested. Rocky looks like a little bit not so much peppy this morning. We need them rested because this is the final thing, and you know John's gonna amp it up. And wouldn't you agree if, what does he say? Would it be fair to say that he just peppers them? Absolutely, hats off to the jury. We are on the final stretch. Yay, Matt's in the house. Hello, say hi to Regan. Chad looks like he's had a rough night. Oh, he's nodding about a bunch of things. John's probably like, you tired? Yeah. People are calling me names as I walk by. Oh, he's going to be staring at his cup.
All right, at this time, we'll go on the record. We're on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, we're concluding with evidence today. The state has witnesses in rebuttal. Before we bring the jurors in, the court would note had a sidebar with counsel, and an issue has been raised regarding a particular proposed witness of the state. So in order to resolve that issue, the court requested that we take up a motion in limine on the matter and have that argued on the record before determining, number one, if this witness is going to be permitted to testify. And then number two, if so, is there some restriction on the scope of the testimony that could be presented here today? So, Mr. Wixom, I understand this is your proposed witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like to present argument at this time, including a proffer to the court of what you think the proposed testimony may be in the issue regarding admissibility of that evidence, I'll hear your argument and then I'll hear a response from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to Ms. Olson, the state's recollection was we did raise a motion in limine last week relative to relevance and admissibility. The court, in its ruling, did express at least concerns about relevancy, but did ultimately rule that Ms. Olson would be allowed on a very limited purpose to come and provide rebuttal on a statement from Tammy Daybell that her husband wanted her to up her insurance as she was approaching retirement. However, at that time, the state also alerted the court that she had been watching the trial because she had been released as a witness. So we did bring Ms. Olson back down. She is here this morning. I briefly visited with her this morning, and by way of proffer, what I would explain to the court, the state feels very candid. She did explain that she would testify precisely to that statement, that she was having a lunch at the school with Tammy roughly a month before she passed, and that in that lunch, the issue of life insurance was raised, and that Tammy did in fact say, my husband wants me to up my insurance. However, on this occasion, it wasn't included in the report before. Ms. Olson does say that that wasn't just made to her. There was a group of teachers there that they're having a conversation, and that the response when Tammy first made the comment was, well, why are you doing something dangerous or something to that effect? And Tammy responded, no, we're just as we get closer to retirement, he wants me to.
Going back, do you know in her proffered statement who was asking Tammy, who made the inquiry? Was it just somebody that was part of this group, or was it in fact Ms. Olson that made the inquiry?
He did not narrow that down for me. I can only give the court my impression of what she said. It was more framed as kind of a group question back to Tammy. Now, who the voice of the group was, she did not identify.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's when Tammy made a response that as I get closer to retirement, he wants me to up the insurance. So we understand, Your Honor, that those additional facts are new in the sense of being disclosed by the witness. The state takes a position that, frankly, because if the court does allow this witness, we wouldn't want to create any kind of a surprise or issues. We would ask the court and urge the court to consider letting the state simply introduce what has always been disclosed, which is still consistent with what her apparent truth is. And that is that Tammy at a lunch with Ms. Olson, we won't inquire as to whether others were present, raised the issue, my husband wants me to up the insurance. The question was asked to her, well, why? And she said, as I approach retirement, he just wants me to up the insurance. Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back on the proffer. There was one additional thing she said. She did say, and I don't want to speak for her, but given the context of the disclosure she made this morning, she said she'd listened to Emma's testimony. She said that actually when they all sat down, the ladies did, they all sat down and filled out the life insurance applications together because she says that's kind of the normal sign-up process. So she said everybody did that together. So in fairness, I do have to disclose that that was part of what she told me this morning. The state nonetheless is still seeking to call her to simply testify that she had lunch with Tammy. Tammy said, my husband wants me to up the insurance, and upon explanation, he wants me to up it as I approach retirement. Those particulars of the statement have always been disclosed to the defense. That interview occurred in May of 2020 by Detective Mattingly. It was recorded by audio as well as included in a written report. So to that extent, the defense has always had that available to them. We do understand the issues of the additional information, but we feel like that issue can simply be cured by an instruction from Your Honor that we only elicit the very statement that was disclosed originally. We don't believe that any part, the state simply does not believe that Ms. Olson has been tainted or influenced. We believe, frankly, because of her candor and freely giving this information and letting us know that she has been watching the trial and she did listen to Emma's testimony, that she's being very forthright about it. So the state does believe under, I believe, 615, the court does have discretion to allow this in. We recognize the concern, but we do not believe that she's been tainted. And to the extent there has been any potential for taint, we feel like eliminating instruction from the court to the state not to elicit additional testimony would avoid any potential negative influence or prejudice that could be derived back against the defense. So that is what we are asking today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I guess one more question I have. When you say she's been watching the proceedings here in the trial, we had that motion in limine hearing. Do you know if she watched the previous motion in limine hearing that discussed her own potential testimony and whether that's part of what she's already observed?
I certainly just can't speak to whether she watched that portion. She just said after she testified, she had began watching. I will let the court know. I know that in my preparation of her last time, because I didn't want to run afoul of your order, I explained to her that the court had ruled that told her that she could not get into that testimony. So she was at least made aware of the court's ruling prior to her testimony, so we could comply with the court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wixom. What's the response from the defense then on the motion in limine regarding whether or not Ms. Olson should be permitted to testify about the comment on raising life insurance?
And Judge, permission to remain seated.
You may.
Judge, this is my concern. The court ruled previously that Ms. Olson, even though she'd been excluded, would be allowed to come back, and Mr. Wixom had an opportunity to discuss the case with Ms. Olson and elicited what he felt was new or information that they wanted to come back and provide to the jury. Then over a 4-day weekend, Mr. Wixom then preps the witness again. And suddenly the dynamic of what she said is changing. We had other people there. All of these other facts that are suddenly being elicited from her, Judge, causes me some pause, and I'd like to renew my motion to exclude her. There are too many uncertainties here. We don't know how much Ms. Wixom saw. We do know now that after viewing Emma Murray's testimony, the light suddenly came on, and now she suddenly recalls that, oh, there were a bunch of us there for lunch. And that only happened, Judge, after she realized Ms. Murray had testified and contradicted what she said. Judge, there are a number of red flags here. And if the court's going to allow this to go on, we don't know what else she would say. And then the court brought up a point that I wanted to make as well, is what part of the motion in limine before did she view? It's bad enough that she viewed all of Emma's. It's bad enough that she observed the entire trial up until Mr. Wixom stopped her. It's bad enough that he's interviewed her and prepped her at least 2 times now. And each time, magically, she seems to change her testimony and modify her testimony. And it's not modifying her testimony in any way that would aid the defense, Judge. Ironically enough, both times the testimony changed to help the state. It's shocking. additional interviews, and suddenly, unless there's other things that Mr. Wixom didn't provide to us. One other thing, Judge, is her statement is very clear. It isn't about before I retire. It isn't about at approximately, about retirement. Her statement is very clear. My husband thinks I should up my insurance before I retire. That's her statement, before I retire. And now we're adding all of these other uncertainties to this thing, Judge, and quite frankly, it's extremely prejudicial. So I'm going to renew my motion to strike, and at the very least, Judge, the additional statements should at the very least be struck as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, response from the state, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Judge, I don't mean any slight to Mr. Pryor. I don't appreciate his innuendo or suggesting that perhaps I've done anything to influence this witness. I haven't. And in fact, that's why I candidly told him about the new information before we had this proceeding. It's why I asked for a sidebar and articulated to the court the very additional information that was provided. What I never did get from Ms. Olson was any indication that Mr. Pryor in the last 4 years has ever done anything to contact her or talk to her. Certainly hasn't done it in the last 2 months and certainly hasn't done it in the last 4 days. So I don't think there was anything that prohibited Mr. Pryor from reaching out and having his own conversation with the witness to discuss potential testimony. That said, I do think she was very candid with what she said. She didn't try to hide it. And we're not asking, we see the issue that the defense has about the additional pieces of testimony. We recognize that. But we're not asking, Your Honor, to put that in front of the jury. We're simply asking to put the pieces of information that have always been disclosed. And frankly, Judge, there has never been any proposed change to testimony that the state has offered this court up until this morning. We have always maintained that we wish to introduce the evidence as it was included in the recorded audio interview and report that had been provided to Mr. Pryor since 2020. We've never suggested any alteration of what she would say until this morning when she gave us these new facts. That said, Judge, I think the court has a clear picture. We certainly have not done anything to try to intentionally influence this witness. We've done nothing but try to be candid with the court, with the defense counsel. And that's all that we have.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I've considered this motion in limine as it relates to the state's intent to recall witness Janice Olson in the rebuttal stage of these proceedings. Couple of points. First of all, I certainly do appreciate the candor of the state in bringing the matter to the court before the witness takes the stand in a sidebar to identify the issues that raised concern for the court to determine here outside of the presence of the jurors. I would also echo what Mr. Wixom started with there at the end of his, or beginning of his second argument, that I don't find anything improper that has occurred with the state improperly coaching a witness or providing some sort of feeding of answers to the witness, nor do I find anything that would make me question the veracity or truthfulness of Ms. Olson, who's already previously testified in this matter. The point I have to focus on at this point is a couple of things. First, I've had an ongoing concern about this statement, whether or not it passes the relevancy standards under rules 401 and 403 in the statement of talking about Tammy Daybell making a comment that the defendant requested she look at upping her life insurance before retirement. There wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was planning on retiring, that was any time in the near future, that she had only worked at that job a couple of years. So I've had that concern. The other concerns that were brought up and were previously litigated in another motion involving hearsay and other issues, I've considered. The part here that causes me greater concern are these what are called additional facts in the statement, and the fact that in particular the testimony now, what we know she would say if allowed is that there was a group of people present for this conversation. And if that was the statement, and that information had been relayed to the defense before trial at some point, that would provide an opportunity to either corroborate or impeach that testimony by potentially figuring out, well, who else was there? Who was listening to this statement? Does another witness say, yes, this conversation occurred, or no, it did not occur? And so the request now that her testimony be limited to what is essentially a limited context, when I think the context matters and is important, is concerning, because at this stage in the proceedings, that simply leaves the defense with no opportunity to go in and verify or corroborate who else was at the table. And in addition, there was another newer statement about the timing of retirement potentially, which hasn't been raised or brought up until today. And again, that goes directly to that relevancy issue and what weight the jurors may give the statement, and is also another fact that the defense would not have had an opportunity to previously look at, even though the discovery may have included that she would be called, that the defense potentially had an opportunity to interview her before trial. The reality is, in the first motion limine, we had a specific narrow statement that was proposed to be offered, and that's now been expanded in both who heard it and the facts that would come along with it. So I think that the proposal that I just limit that testimony down does not necessarily, number one, provide the jury with an adequate, true context of what happened here because of that limitation. And number two, I think in rebuttal here, where she's already testified, is just unfair to the defense without an opportunity now to challenge who else may have been present for this conversation, and was that accurately recalled by the witness, or does anyone else recall that discussion taking place? So for those reasons, upon considering the motion in limine under Rule 615, I am going to exclude Janice Olson from further testifying in the state's rebuttal evidence here at this time, having considered all that, including the testimony of Emma Murray as well, which did open the door for this, but I think the expanded scope of where this could go is problematic at this stage. So in the court's discretion, I'm going to disallow the testimony of the witness. Any questions on that ruling, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Wixom, any questions on the court's ruling?
No question, Judge, and certainly the state accepts the court's ruling, but we would just, unless I misunderstood the court, she has always maintained the issue of the retirement being her reason. So I just wanted to note that, but we understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wixom. So thanks for allowing time to take that up. We'll now, I believe, get the jurors brought in if they're ready, and we'll start. So who will the state be calling as a witness at this time?
Dr. Christensen?
Okay, thank you. And that's your witness, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
John's gloating right now. Okay.
All right, please. Here's our president, Counter for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, continuing with the state's rebuttal. At this time, the court would note the jurors, all 17 have returned, and each has signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction as we broke for the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction each time we have a recess. At this time, then, the state is continuing to present witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state would call Dr. Eric Christensen.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let me see.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please remind the jury who you are?
Yes, Eric Christensen. I'm the recently retired chief medical examiner from the state of Utah.
And Dr. Christensen, have you been watching any portions of this trial with the exception of Dr. Raven's testimony?
No, and I haven't watched that. I've just read the transcript.
And outside of that, you have not heard the other testimony presented, is that correct?
I have not.
How long did you work at the Utah Medical Examiner's office?
15 and a half years.
And Dr. Christensen, when you are looking at an autopsy, are you looking at more than just the autopsy itself in order to reach a conclusion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes, that's a routine part of what we do, is not just the autopsy itself, but the evaluation of any tests that we order, as well as a review of whatever history we can find that will help us sort things out.
And why do you do that?
It's essentially information gathering. I think I may have said when I was here last that I don't have the ability to sit down and talk with my patients and ask them what's going on with you, what happened with you. And so all of that sort of information for me comes from other sources. It can be from medical records. It can be from interviews with people that knew them. It can be any number of things. And so we gather all that other kind of information in an attempt to understand what's going on with that person.
And you mentioned that your patient can't talk to you.
Yes.
Do you recall making that statement? Would that be similar to when somebody goes into the doctor and fills out a medical history?
Yes. I mean, when you go see your doctor, they ask you questions about what's going on with you before they decide on a course of treatment with you. That history gathering, those papers they always make you fill out before you go in or send you ahead of time, and all those kind of things. That's information gathering, similar to what we do in our context, just we don't have the ability to get it directly from the patient.
And when you're gathering that information, is it because you've already formed a conclusion and you're simply trying to find information to back it up?
No.
Is it the opposite?
Yes, it's an attempt to basically find as much information as we can that will be relevant to why this person died, and then sorting that problem out.
And then turning to Tammy Daybell, do you recall the autopsy on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And as part of your involvement in the case, did you review other documents?
Yes,
Did those documents include medical records?
they did.
Generally speaking, if you're doing an autopsy where the cause of death is not immediately apparent, do you generally request medical records?
Yes, that's a fairly routine part of what we do.
And again, is that to provide you that background information to help informing your conclusion?
Yes,
And in this case, do you recall receiving multiple additional reports from law enforcement?
yes, we did.
And at some point, did you review those?
Yes,
And did you at some point also create a list, or did the Office of the Medical Examiner keep some kind of a list of all those documents reviewed?
Yes,
And did those include reports from the coroner and or interviews of the coroner from
Yes.
Fremont County?
both.
And also the deputy coroner,
Yes,
the officer that arrived on scene of Tammy's death?
yes,
Did you also review reports regarding an attempted shooting?
yes,
Did you review multiple reports involving people providing some background information about Tammy?
yes.
Did that include background information regarding her health?
Some of them commented on that, yes.
And when we talk about those medical records, do you recall which medical records you reviewed?
We reviewed records from the Teton Clinic as well as from Seasons Medical. And then we also were able to get records from a clinic in Springville, Utah, where she had been seen before relocating to Idaho.
And at some point, have you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Raven?
Yes,
Did you see in that report her list of documents she reviewed?
yes,
Is it fair to say that it was much smaller than the list you reviewed?
Overruled.
yes, there was a lot less. We reviewed a lot more than what was on her list.
Did you also note that she made no indication of reviewing medical records?
Yeah, there was no list of medical records in the report that I saw.
And in her report, she'd reached a conclusion.
She did.
In your review of her report and just looking at what she looked at, if you hadn't had the additional information, would you have maybe reached her same conclusion?
Certainly possible, yes.
And again, is that exactly why you request the additional documentation so that you can make an informed decision?
Yes, it changes when you are dealing with multiple possible causes of death, you're looking for information that will help you either increase or decrease the likelihood of any one of those possibilities. And so, yeah, that additional information gathering is aimed at that endeavor.
And again, that additional information is not to confirm a decision you've already made. Is that correct?
No.
It's simply to provide you necessary information.
Yes.
And when we talk about Tammy's autopsy, again, can you talk us through, when you start that autopsy, what external injuries, if any, did you observe?
The only injuries she had that were externally visible were a few bruises on her upper arms and one on her chest.
So again, is it fair to say when you first observed Tammy, the cause of death is not readily apparent?
That's correct.
And then when you performed the actual autopsy, can you remind us internally what you observed as far as her organs?
Yeah, essentially normal organs, normal brain, normal heart, no significant pathology in any of her organs.
Do you recall observing something called pulmonary edema?
Yes.
And can you again explain what that is for the jurors?
Yeah, pulmonary edema is simply buildup of fluid within the lungs. Fluid leaks out of the alveolar capillaries, the little small vessels that are involved in exchanging air into the blood in the lungs. As a result of a variety of different processes, that fluid can leak out of those capillaries and start filling the air spaces, and then mixes with the proteins and things that are already in those spaces and creates a foamy froth.
So as you're doing the internal autopsy, was a cause of death readily apparent at that point?
No.
Based on what you observed, what did you determine were possible causes of death?
So in any case where you have essentially no significant findings, she had pulmonary edema was really it, then we are looking at a fairly short list of possible causes of death. Those include cardiac arrhythmias that are not related to structural problems in the heart. They include seizures, includes asphyxial deaths of all kinds. It would include drug intoxication. And those are probably the big four categories of things with no anatomic cause evident.
So if we break those down a little bit, can you remind everyone what you did in relation to the potential toxicology or poison overdose, looking into that?
Sure. We initially started with a fairly broad panel of toxicology testing.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming cumulative and not related to presentation of the defense.
On cumulative, Ms. Blake, is this distinguishing from testimony already proffered in the first time he's testified?
Just going over it to remind the jurors, I think in a trial of this length, generally, it's not necessarily considered cumulative to review some of the information.
And Judge, that's a walking response. It's cumulative.
Well, at this point, Ms. Blake, I will ask you to just maintain the scope to what's proper on rebuttal at this time and not, I will sustain a cumulative objection if it's simply the repetition of testimony previously offered.
And if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
As far as for purposes of rebuttal, I think Dr. Raven did come in. She presented that she made findings. We went over what she did and didn't review. So I think reviewing with the medical examiner what he went through is proper for rebuttal.
Okay, well, again, I'll at this point sustain that objection. If you'd like to continue, I'll just keep an eye on that. If you could keep the scope to rebuttal, please.
Toxicology tests were in fact conducted, correct?
Yes.
Based on those, did you find it likely that Tammy would have died of anything related to toxicology issues?
No.
And then what is another cause that can that you would look into?
Seizures was also something we assessed.
And again, you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that right?
Yes.
Any notations or signs of a prior history of seizures?
No.
Did you ultimately determine seizures was a likely cause of Tammy's death?
No, it was not a likely cause.
And then you said a cardiac arrhythmia.
Yes.
Similarly, did you look at Tammy's heart?
Yes.
Any signs of irregularities?
Her heart was structurally normal.
Given her age, medical records, and your review of everything, did you determine that a cardiac arrhythmia was a likely cause of death?
It was not.
And what did that leave you with?
That left asphyxial causes essentially at that point.
Did you see any indications in Tammy's medical records of any negative interaction of any drugs and or homeopathic medication she may have been using?
Judge, again, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
Are you aware or did you learn that Tammy was taking an antidepressant?
Yes.
Did you see any signs or indication that the antidepressant played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that sleep apnea may have played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see anything in her medical records regarding sleep apnea?
Not that I recall. No.
Would sleep apnea generally be something that you would be concerned about causing a sudden death for someone?
When it does, it certainly can be associated with sudden death, but generally speaking, that is in the setting of someone who has significant additional comorbidities, usually significant obesity and underlying heart disease.
In reviewing Tammy's medical records and performing the autopsy, was Tammy obese?
No.
Are you familiar with, I may say this term wrong, but colloidal silver?
Colloidal silver.
Colloidal
Yes.
silver. Any indication that played a role in Tammy's death?
No.
And we talked about ultimately the cause of death being determined to be asphyxiation.
Yes.
When you are looking at the manner of death, how many potential manners do you consider?
There are generally 5. A death can be ruled for manner, can be ruled a natural death, an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined.
In this case, did you see any indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was natural?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was accidental?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication to lead you to believe the death was suicide?
No.
So the two categories left would be homicide and undetermined, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say undetermined is a category if two or more of the other four are still on the table?
Yes. Generally, we will use undetermined. The most common scenario where we encounter that is overdose deaths, where someone, for example, has a history of abusing medication, but also has a history of depression and maybe even prior overdose attempts, and then they're dead of an overdose that is related to something that they routinely abuse. In the absence of a note or something else like that, it's very difficult to distinguish whether that overdose was intentional or not. And so we use undetermined as manner for those kinds of things.
And in your experience with the autopsies you've conducted and the death certificates you've signed off on, at some point, have you used all of those different manners on different death certificates?
Yes.
So is it fair to say in this case, you weren't starting with the conclusion that it was homicide and working backwards?
No.
Was it the opposite direction?
Yes.
Once you determined that the other three manners were not likely, that left you with which one?
Homicide or undetermined, but there was really nothing to compete with homicide. And so undetermined was taken off the table.
In your review of Dr. Raven's report and testimony and the questioning here today and through the trial, has your opinion as to the cause of death changed?
No.
Has your opinion as to the manner of death changed?
No.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be
Asphyxia.
and the manner of death?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Here we go. Rigor mortis is setting in.
Good morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
I'd like to go procedurally through the process of what you performed in this particular case, if we could.
Sure.
At some point, you were present for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then within the same day, you performed an autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
You did your analysis of that autopsy, made your findings at that point, is that correct?
Not on that day, no.
Okay. You drew some medical conclusions about items that you would cross off your list. Would that be fair at that time?
We had some initial information, but not enough to exclude anything at that point.
What initial information did you have?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said you had initial information. Is that at the time of the autopsy or was that before the autopsy?
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, that's what I meant.
So then at the conclusion of the autopsy and on the same day that they reburied Tammy Daybell, at that point, you started requesting additional information from law enforcement. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what you asked for law enforcement in terms of what you requested at that point?
I don't recall specifically, no.
A lot of items.
Yes, we received ultimately a lot of items.
And let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression confirmatory bias?
Confirmation bias, yes.
Okay.
I've heard that.
Well, so I guess I'm using it in a psychology context, confirmation bias. And isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation in which you have science and you're examining a
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Overruled.
confirmation bias, isn't it true? Confirmation bias is a situation where you're given a certain number of facts, and then you go outside those facts to get collateral information that may or may not influence your decision. Would you agree with that?
Not exactly, no. I mean, confirmation bias to me, my understanding of that concept is that you, at some point along a process of making a decision, you have information, you come to a conclusion, and then you essentially evaluate all subsequent information in light of that initial conclusion, both looking selectively for things that support your opinion and rejecting things that don't conform to that opinion.
Okay, so at some point you requested a number of items from law enforcement, is that right? After you did the autopsy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you reviewed, I think, Teton Medical, do you recall that?
Yes.
Seasons Medical,
Yes.
and then a small amount of medical on Springville, right?
Correct.
There wasn't much there, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And when we talk about the amount of information provided to you from law enforcement, it was significant, wasn't it?
It was a lot of information. Yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how much time it spent to go through all that information that you were provided by law enforcement?
I would guess multiple hours, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't made a decision at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at this point, you didn't have anything specifically in your evaluation that caused you to go away from either undetermined or asphyxia homicide, correct? That's where you were at the end?
At the end, ultimately, our final discussion was around the deciding between undetermined or homicidal asphyxia.
Okay, and at that point, based on your review of all of the law enforcement reports and everything that the police officers have provided to you, you decided to lean towards homicide. Is that right?
But we made a decision that this we would rule this a homicide. Yes.
As part of your review of this case, did you talk to Chad's daughter, Emma Murray?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Garth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Mark?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Seth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's mom or dad?
No.
Okay. So you got information from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go back and look at anything provided to you from the family to give you some concept of what potentially the family history or medical was, correct?
Nothing was provided to me from the family.
Well, nothing was provided, but you didn't ask, right?
I did not.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask, did you?
I did not.
And you specifically asked the police officers to provide you information about this case. Is that right?
Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
After you provided this exhaustive list of police reports that they provided to you, at what specific date did you make your determination?
I don't know specifically when it was. It was sometime in the days immediately preceding when we signed the report, but I don't recall specifically which of those days.
Would it be fair to say that it was 14, 15 months later that you finally signed the report?
I believe that's about the right timeline. Yes, 13, 14 months.
So after 14 or 15 months of looking at this, you then made the decision that you came to the conclusion you did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the autopsy. And obviously I'm not a medical examiner. But when I read the autopsy, I noted that you didn't make any note of the inflammation that was occurring in Tammy's lungs. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up?
Because there's no significant inflammation in her lungs.
And you made the determination that it wasn't significant, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't know what the level of the inflammation was at the time that Tammy Daybell died, right?
Section, Your Honor, counsel's testifying misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'll strike the question.
Do you know the level of inflammation that was in Tammy Daybell's lung at the time of her death?
I know it was in her lungs at the time I looked at them from the time of autopsy, which would be
Okay.
expected to be reflective of that.
All right. And if there's inflammation in the lungs, that would be a reasonable explanation for why we had potential fluids in the lungs, would it not?
There was not sufficient inflammation in her lungs to account for the pulmonary edema that was present.
Okay. And at no time when you testified the first time, did you mention the fact that there was inflammation in Tammy Daybell's lungs, did you?
No. And you want further response?
Well, you can if you'd like. Go ahead.
There's inflammatory cells are a normal constituent of lungs, even normal healthy lungs. It's normal for there to be inflammatory cells there. In small numbers, they're basically to do the job of what inflammatory cells do, fight intruders and deal with infections. And there was no significant increase in the amount of inflammatory cells present in her lung.
Okay, so if it's part and parcel of a normal lung, then wouldn't the response in the autopsy say that it was a normal lung?
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, and instead, in the autopsy, you talked about inflammation in the lung. So this wasn't part and parcel of just a little inflammation. There was inflammation in the lungs, wasn't there?
I would have to review them. I don't recall
Okay.
at this point.
And Judge, could I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you.
The comments are the best ever, you guys. Now Rebecca's.
So I previously discussed with you that on the very first time you testified, you didn't mention anything about inflammation in the lungs. Is that right?
And not that I recall.
All right. And then today, when the prosecutor called you back after the defense has rested their case as a rebuttal witness,
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Lindsay.
second time you're called back, questioned by the prosecutor. Again, no discussion about inflammation of the lungs,
Your
correct?
Honor, argumentative, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Second time you're back, again, no discussion about inflammation in the lungs, correct?
Correct.
And then only after the defense attorney gets up here and questions it does the subject come up. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing else.
He thinks he mic dropped
Alright, Ms.
stuff.
Blake,
He
redirect.
just said that you can have inflammatory cells in your lungs. Like he's
Dr. Christensen, have you testified before?
Yes.
And are you familiar with court proceedings that the state brings people back as rebuttal witnesses?
Yes.
So have you testified in that capacity before?
A couple of times. Yes.
Counsel just went over inflammation in the lungs pretty in depth. Again, was there any indication that inflammation of Tammy's lungs caused her death?
No.
I think you said there was no significant or there was no signs of inflammation that would have caused the pulmonary edema.
That's my recollection.
And you considered the possible causes of death given essentially a negative autopsy.
Yes.
In your role as a medical examiner in Utah, do you generally request reports if the cause of death is not readily apparent?
Yes.
And is that exactly what you did in this case?
Yes.
So nothing about this was different than what you would normally do as far as information gathering.
In terms of the gathering, no. The volume was certainly different, but what we request is not different. There was just a lot more generated in this case.
And in reviewing the reports provided by law enforcement, were there any reports where Chad's kids had agreed to speak with law enforcement and provide information?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused?
Judge, I'm going to
law
object.
enforcement?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused to speak with law enforcement?
I don't know if it would surprise me or not. I mean, certainly they're right not to talk to law enforcement, but
And if you had been provided reports that included statements from the kids, would you have reviewed them?
absolutely.
And if none were provided, would it surprise you to learn it's because they don't exist?
No.
And again, when you're requesting that additional information, is it because you've already made a decision and you're simply trying to support it?
No.
And in fact, is it the opposite?
Yes. We gather information to help us make a decision.
And is that what you did in this case?
It is.
And again, based on the information you gathered and the autopsy, anything about questions today or other information that would cause you to change your opinion?
No.
And again, your opinion on the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, I have additional questions.
What topic?
Kids, no reports.
Your Honor, that was well within the scope.
That was within the scope. It was brought up on cross, so I don't see that there was a door open for any recross at this point. So that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Christensen.
Ooh. Things are getting spicy. She's just like, I'm not having it. I've had enough.
The state can call its next witness.
The state would call David Stubbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, I'll note, Officer Stubbs is on the stand, has been sworn again. I am going to inquire, have you been observing or reviewing any of this trial testimony since you were last here?
No, sir.
And have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Mr. Stubbs, you've testified before, but can you just briefly remind the jury of your name and your law enforcement experience?
Well, retired detective, Rexburg Police Department. Served in that capacity for approximately 30 years.
Do you recall testifying about serving warrants on Google in this case?
I do.
Did you receive Google records for an email account, chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes, I did.
What type of records did you receive when you got those?
Well, anything that was in the warrant that Google would have record of that we asked for, things like search history, location services, user, owner of the account information, things like that.
And did you review those records?
I did.
Did you review the Google, the search history records?
Yes.
When you reviewed those records, did you find anything related to turning location data off on a phone?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
January 3rd, 2019, the user of the account looked up how to turn off the location services on location or GPS services on an iPhone.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C. Defense has been previously provided a copy, and I have a courtesy copy of that and 2 other exhibits for the court.
January 3rd is search
All
warrant
right,
day.
Mr. Wood, these have not been previously admitted, is that correct?
That is, well, they do come in under the business records affidavit that was admitted under 107,
Okay, I just was.
but they have not
clarifying.
previously been admitted, these specific items.
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, so January 3rd was when they,
Detective, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C?
I do.
What is it?
It would be the in portion search history from the Chad.Daybell Google search history.
And did you, what you're seeing on that screen or that piece of paper, is that a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in the search history?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107C.
Any objection?
No objection.
107C is admitted.
And may I publish the EMO?
Yes.
Detective, what do you see on this page?
This would be in part some of the search history from the Chad.Daybell Google search history.
And what is the date on those searches?
This would be January 3rd, 2019.
This is the year before, if it's 2019. So just after Chad met Lori, 2 months after.
Detective, when you get, have you had other occasions to review returns from Google for Gmail accounts?
Yes, I have.
And you talked earlier about looking for location data.
Correct.
Where do you normally find that in the return?
So when Google sends you a return of requested items from your search warrant, most generally, if they have information, it'll come in different, if you will, folders in one packet. And those packets are all labeled, folders are all labeled. So there's usually a folder that has location services as the heading.
Was there any such folder in the chad.daybell@gmail.com return?
There was a tab of that, yes.
And did you open that folder?
Yes.
What did you find in that folder?
When you open it, it's usually if there is information, it will come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. However, if they don't have anything, it'll open up in a different window that says, as did this one, that there were no location services available.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handled. It's been marked as 107D. Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107D?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
It was, as I before mentioned, when opening that tab from the return statement saying that there are no locations available for the date range inquired.
And on State's Exhibit 107D, is that a true and accurate representation of what that folder appears, of what appears in that folder when you open it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107D.
Any objection?
No objection.
107D is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, what is on the screen?
So this is just what it would say, or what it did say when opening up that particular folder under the chad.daybell@gmail.com. States does not have records, data available to export from the data range 1/1 of 1970 to 12/31/2019. so there was nothing available to give to us.
And to be clear, normally when you could click on that page, there's an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, if there was data available, there would be an Excel spreadsheet showing different locations and whatnot.
Mr. Stubbs, through your training and experience, are you aware if a Google user can request to have their location data deleted?
Yes, that is a possible feature.
How does someone go about doing that?
There's various ways you can do it, depending on the type of service you're using, but with Google, such as Google Maps, you can actually go into your user account and request that your information not be tracked, number one. Number two, you can request that all past data be retracted from their records as well. You can do that in the Maps account. You can do it in your Gmail account. You can do it in your phone as well.
Thank you. In your review of the chad.daybell@gmail information, did you find a record of any such request?
Yes.
What did you find?
August 24th, 2019, a request was made through the Gmail account of chad.daybell to have all location GPS history deleted from the account.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 107E.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize States Exhibit 107E?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This would have been in the same Gmail account return, the Google Confidential and Proprietary tab. It is delete request for, and this was done 8/24/2019.
And what format is that document in?
So because there was information, this looks to be in an Excel spreadsheet form.
And that form, the way it appears before you now, is that how it appears in the Google return?
Yes, when we got the return from Google, this is exactly how it appeared.
And so exactly how it appeared, is it fair to say that's a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in that the chad.daybell@gmail information?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 107E.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 107E is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah, if I can. Oh, yep, I sure do.
Can you point out the title of that page?
Confidential and priority would be the, excuse me, the heading of the tab.
All right, and then in green at the top of the page, what does it say up there?
chaddaybell@gmail.com. Deletion history, location history.
And then in the body of that document, what do you see of interest to your investigation?
So this is what was of interest to me is the request to have deleted all um, location services. This was done, would have been 8/24 of 2019. Should be noted that the deletion range here goes back to 1970. Customarily in a lot of computer
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to go beyond, it's non-responsive.
I'll ask a question.
All right.
The 1970 date, is that date familiar to you?
It is a date commonly used by computer formats where they start recording, if you will, computer activity. 1970 1/1 is a common date for a lot of different formats that they start.
And again, what date was this request made?
This would have been requested August 24th, 2019.
Detective, we had earlier on the screen States Exhibit 107C, the search history you spoke about.
Yes.
When you get that search history, can you actually click on the items that were searched?
So if you recall, the short answer is yes.
Did you click on those items that were marked in States Exhibit 107C?
Yes.
What did you see when you did?
So it took me to the same web pages that would have been viewed by the user of this account. When you go to that, it has specific instructions, detailed instructions on how to turn those services off on iPhone device.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
That was beautiful. Well, now let's see. John's gonna be pooping his pants right now.
All right. Those just admitted exhibits. Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit those to Mr. Pryor, 107C, D, and E.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Wood called you Mr. Stubbs. Is that acceptable to you?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stubbs, on Exhibit 107C, it has a date of January 3rd, 2019. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's the turning off the location services of a iPhone or iPad.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell has an Android device?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Tammy Daybell had an iPad device?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Had an iPad device.
That Tammy did?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. So if someone's trying to turn the location off of January 3rd of 2019 for an iPhone or an iPad, that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking up how to turn off an Android device, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So this search was in talking Apple devices, right?
That is right.
And you're aware that Chad Daybell didn't have an Apple device, right?
I'm not sure if he had an Apple device, but I know he had an Android.
Okay. You're also aware that around January 3rd of 2019, that was shortly or around the time that Chad Daybell started having an extramarital affair with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone who's having an affair, even if Chad doesn't have an iPhone or an iPad, to try to maybe hide the fact that he's having an affair with someone, correct?
That could be the case.
Okay. Now, you talk specifically about turning off Google location devices, right? That's what this is about, right?
From the searches, yes.
Yeah, so that relates to merely the information that Google is gathering for location services, correct?
Yes, but also the user was asking for how to turn those off using an Apple device.
Yeah, using an Apple device, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're turning off all of your location devices, right?
Are you talking about different devices?
Yeah, I'm talking about different devices.
I can only speculate that they're,
Judge, I'm,
Overruled. It's,
Go ahead.
you posed the question, he can answer. Go ahead.
I can only speculate that they're referring to one device.
okay. An iPhone or an Apple device, right?
Correct.
You said it's the user's account. That's what you said, right? It's the user's account. The person who did this was the user's account.
Was using the Chad.Daybell account, yes.
We don't know who was using the account to turn off location services on their Apple device, right?
I can't tell you who was using the account other than the account name.
Are you aware in the Daybell family between Chad and Tammy, which one was the computer person in that relationship?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. 8/24/2019. The exhibit talks about going back to 1970. It's not unusual to do a deletion of your search history, is it, in any regard with anybody, right?
I guess
Objection
that,
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Anybody can do a search history and delete their search history, right?
that's correct.
And if you're having an affair with someone close in time when maybe that person may be moving from Arizona to Idaho, you may want to delete your history to cover your tracks, right?
Possibly.
Okay. There's no other way to decide who was doing that search history deletion though, right?
Other than the account user
Right.
name, no.
And you don't know the location of where they were conducting that deleting that search history, right?
That is correct.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
He contradicts himself.
All right, Mr. Wood, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Stubbs, you were asked by counsel about the possibility of deleting location data to hide an affair.
Yes.
And through your investigation, are you aware if Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having an affair?
Yes.
Are you aware if Lori Vallow had an iPhone?
Yes, she did.
Counsel asked you about deleting search histories to cover the tracks of an affair.
Yes.
Could a person also delete their location data to cover the tracks of crimes committed?
Yes.
If part of those crimes involve the location of missing children, could that be a reason to delete that data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good breaking point probably for the mid-morning recess. Is the state gonna have another witness to call?
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
Okay, they're going to talk for a minute. Or not.
All right, thanks, council. We'll go ahead and take that mid-morning recess, and then the state does have an additional witness to call after that. So we'll go ahead and be on recess until, let's reconvene at 10:30 for the next witness, please.
All right, please.
Okay, this is the best thing ever, because for those of you who haven't watched in the last week or two, or you forgot, they were talking about Chad and how John was pushing this, especially last week, I believe it was, and saying, okay, you know where Alex was, but where was Chad? You have no proof that Chad was on that yard. But Chad put himself there. He put himself there with the raccoon text. Oh, Lord. Sorry, you see my grace. It's covered up a little bit. Chad put himself there in the yard. Now, the cherry on top, and I love this, is because it's like the cliffhanger, isn't it? We're waiting, like, yeah, what about Chad? Where's that? And it says that the deletion history, actually, there's two comments about that. One, there was nothing available in this history until December of 2019, which is interesting. It went from 1970 all the way to December 31st, 2019. But they also talked that there was a request on August 24th, 2019. Now, let's do two things. One, we're going to go back to the timeline. We'll talk about January 3rd was the search in 2019 on how to turn off his location. Now, I thought at first, because they didn't give the year, was 2020, which would have been the search warrant, but if we'd spat the year back, which makes sense. And at that time, Lori met Chad in end of October and went to St. George, Utah, I believe it was. But let's go back, because now they have 9 burner phones, right? And if we go back a little bit, yeah, October of 2018, they met. Well, by October 26th, Lori and Chad meet at Preparing a People event in St. George, Utah. And where did I just read that? By October 31st, Chad Daybell activated a burner phone already. And then obviously we know there's a bunch. So if we fast forward a little bit, remember Lori got the rubric as well, as I call it, the hit list. And that's when she started taking Charles's stuff, his truck, emptying the house out of his stuff, right down to his underwear. She took money out of the business account. She was doing all kinds of stuff. And then she effed off for 60 or 53 days or whatever it was. It was 53 or 58, and left basically JJ alone with Charles, and she goes to Hawaii. So that's around that time that Chad is questioning how to turn the location services off. So if we fast forward to August, in August, it would be a month after Charles was killed. Lori's prepping to move to Idaho, and she was having that little hissy fit around that time, like, fine, go back to your wife, make her, that kind of thing. I'm just getting in the way, blah, blah, blah. Now, what was the other thing? I love that Detective Stubbs was getting spicy with John. That was good. John is contradicting himself. He's saying, well, around the time they were having an affair, so it would, somebody would delete that, right? And then in the next breath, he's saying someone else would be deleting it. And that Chad had an Android. I heard Matt say in here that he had an iPhone confiscated in Hawaii. And he also has 9 different. Chad had 9 burner phones. Lori had 6. Alex had 6. So imagine this. Chad is turning off the location services since January, the year before, in 2019. And by, I should say not the year before, but, months before all the killings. So Alex did not, but Chad didn't share that information with Alex, did he? Now, also, I love that Rob said, can a person also delete info when there's crimes occurred or they're involved in crimes, which I loved, and delete the location of missing children? And John last week kept pushing it. There's nothing to say. Where's his location? Blah, blah, blah. I love that. So here's the other thing. Who's going to delete it until December 31st, 2019? I didn't hear another date in here because August 24th is obviously before the kids were killed. But, and Tammy, so there's another one, right? There was because there was a request August 24th. So I didn't hear another request. I might have missed it. But obviously there was, because there's no data until December 31st. Now here's the other interesting thing. You're deleting the information up until December 31st. Well, Tammy died in October. So what else are you doing in November and December? Granted, they were hiding. I love that too. Wood focused on the account name. And that's when Detective Stubbs got spicy. He's like, well, using Chad Daybell's account. So good. Do you know if the raccoon turned off its location on its phone? Bless me. Sorry. Okay. That came out of nowhere. Bing. I love you guys are putting that bing, bing, bing. Okay. So around that time now, let's go to August, because I'm just going to walk you through a couple if you guys want to hear that. Let me just think here. Okay. So in August, there's a few things going on, but we're going to get close to the 24th. Lori gives up JJ's service dog right before that. And it was the last FaceTime call from Kay to JJ and Larry. It was only 30 some seconds long. There's a lot. Hang on. Chad's text. Okay, this is where Lori had the hissy fit. So this would have been about 13 days before. She says, Lori texts Chad and says, you should give all your love and your attention to your wife and family. I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, we can talk, but we have nothing until things change anyway. And it was Chad's birthday. So she had a little spaz. And then, okay, I'm going to try and see if you guys' comments too. So I'm trying to do both. Hang on. On the 16th of August, Lori moved Tylee's Social Security benefit to from Tylee's account to her own. Remember, she left like $10, or she took the last $10 to, or something like that. Lori travels. Here we go. Lori travels from Phoenix to Idaho and back under the name Lori Ryan. She takes pictures of Kennedy Elementary School, JJ's future elementary school at BYU. So she was on a little trip from Phoenix to Idaho, which happens to be August 24 with the deletion request as well. So that's interesting. Now, I did a video on Lori's little trips. Yeah, so that's what was going on. And then by the 28th, Alex's apartment was taken off the market. We got a couple things going on there. They break more than in the session. Yeah, they'll have 15 minutes, they'll be back on. Garth was watching on YouTube until 3 a.m. on which device? What do you think? This is pretty good cherry on top. So what's the next cherry? Has been a really great day. So good. Yeah, but I diet. It just keeps coming back. Okay. Right. Okay, I'm a little bit behind here. I'm catching up. I'm in IT. If you ask for your Gmail account to have all tracking removed and deleted, it goes to wherever that ID is used and deletes it all. You don't have to do it for each device. Makes sense. That's the account. That was hilarious, Gin Pryor. I like gin. Okay. So exactly. Why share it with the fall guy? Exactly. The date attempt on Brandon was on October 2nd. So September 9th, Tylee, September 23rd, JJ, October 9th, Tammy, attempt, October 19th, Tammy, her murder, sorry, and then we backed up October 2nd, Brandon Boudreau, December 11th, Tammy's exhumed, December 12th, Alex dies, and then by December 31st, it all gets wiped out for Chad. Emma, the meteorologist who doesn't know a direction at all of the same testimony would take the fall. Oh, thank you. If I had more time, I would really dissect it for you guys and give you a lot more. It was JJ's iPad they had in Hawaii. I wonder if the location services were turned off when they confiscated it. Wouldn't that be nice to know? They also had Tylee's phone as well there, I believe, too. I know she had it with her on a couple of trips. Oh, you guys are all telling me bless me now when I sneeze. Thank you. Don't give me the patriarchal blessing from Chad, though, okay? We only have 10 minutes left. I am allergic to Pryor's BS. Yeah, I'm sure I heard in the car recording that he mentioned James and Elena. He did mention James and Elena, but yeah, it was James and Elena Gmail, wasn't it? Maybe they didn't find anything. What are we going to do when the trial's over? We're going to have more live streams is what we're going to do. We have to. We can't just go cold turkey and not have each other. And then we have Lori supposed to be in August 1st. Plus we have Corey Richins and Delphi. I don't know if that's all pushed back. I have to look that up. Exactly, Donnie. So Chad's doing that right when he meets her. And then of course they're not going to tell Alex, right? Because it's the perfect crime in his mind. Thank you, mods. You guys are awesome sauce. So we have about 8 more minutes. They'll come back on. Those trips were weird. There's one thing I'm eyeing up. There's so much stuff. I could probably do another year's worth of content. And still have more. Thanks, Sammy. I would help out the prosecutor's office. 100% I would help. When I first started, I know there were law enforcement, like they would watch. I would get emails on it that they would watch or whatever, but I always thought, well, if they can even watch the timeline, even just to see it as visually, why not? Chad is more animated today than any day. He's really nervous. So it's getting close. He's going to be in trouble. Colloidal silver, those grays. Oh, I can't put it on my hair because it tastes, as according to Emma, it tastes so bad. So if I put it on there, I'm just going to taste it. There's been a couple of people saying it doesn't taste like anything. It's sparkles. These are just sparkles in my hair. JP is trying so hard to have a Perry Mason moment. So what do you think? Okay, if this is going to be, we already just heard about the cherry. What do you think the next one is going to be? My dog won't quit barking outside. I just said, okay. Oh, it's going to be a while when we lose all our slang. Well, the good thing is there's lots of trials coming up. So somebody said they want me to check how many likes. Okay, let's see where we're at. 1,100 likes and 2,800 in chat. Please just give a moment to give some love to Lindsay, not to John. Lindsay and the crew. Abby says, what were Chad and Garth doing for all the hours that they waited to call 911 the day Tammy died? Wouldn't we like to know that? Because Garth is saying that he heard his dad snore when he got home from work. He was on YouTube until 3 o'clock in the morning, and he saw both his parents in bed. But then his coworker said, wait a minute, something's not right. He went to the authorities and said, something is not right. That's not what he told me. Garth told the coworker that he got home and he found his mom then. So there's a lot of discrepancies going on and a lot of crap to sift through. Thank you, Abby. Idaho 4 trial doesn't start till 2025 is what they're saying. Hang on here. We should have about 2 more minutes, but usually they're 5 minutes late, so maybe 7 more minutes and they'll be back. Yeah, no taste. That's what I'm hearing. No taste. But remember, Emma said, oh, it tastes really strong. Jay says, if you're good at it, Linda, why do it for free? Time is a premium. Isn't that the truth? How is it May 28th and we started this on April 1st? That to me is really weird. And we're almost at 6 months in 2024. That just is weird to me. Was there any mention of location data being turned off on all Chad's 9 phones? No. I've taken colloidal silver for 20 plus years. Doesn't hurt you, just tastes like water. I clean it. I clean with it, drink it, wash mouth, etc. So, and that's what Emma said. Remember, oh, it's just so strong and blah, blah, blah. She's so full of it. Maybe she should have Googled that. It was so funny when he got schooled by the medical examiner this morning. It was good. Okay. So tell me this with you guys, because I know all you guys love trial, obviously, because you're here, and you love to follow current cases. Is there any other types of true crime that you like to watch? Meaning, like, do you like older style or older cases? Do you like, already solved? Do you like unsolved? What besides trial and current cases do you also watch? I'm really curious to know. I would love to know that. 1,300 likes. Awesome. Hi, Cindy. I'll take staging the crime scene for 300, Alex. Yeah. Thanks, BC girls. I want to know what Garth looked up on YouTube. There's a history. Did they look up what he looked up? Did he actually? Was he actually on YouTube? Linda, is that actually true? I don't see anything on the news yet, but I would like to know if that's true. And if so, I'd like to hear the information on that and maybe send it to me, please. KL says, as a young Italian woman in my early 20s, I really look up to you and your style as a classy lady. Please, can we have some fun lives just having fun as a group after and between trials? Yes. And I'm also Italian. Welcome. Yeah, I would love to. I love being with you guys. I really do. Wonderful. Thank you. Could you imagine? I know. Oh, my searches are probably a little creepy. It would be, it's a little bit humorous because could you imagine if I had a boyfriend? That's humorous. But could you imagine if I had a boyfriend and they saw my search history without knowing what I do for a living? Just this past week would be really, really, really bad. It's like, I gotta talk. Tia, didn't Emma say she wasn't aware of Lori until after the arrest? Yep. Chad discussed putting money on her books in the cop car. Yeah, she said she wasn't aware of the physical relationship, which is a load of crap. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah. Jinx, you owe me a Coke says, in Hawaii, think Chud and Looney tap their malachite rings together to become the evil Power Rangers that they are. Well, they had the ukulele out, so I wouldn't put it past them. Let's see if I have their stupid picture queued up. Well, I have this stupid picture queued up. And this stupid picture queued up. And this also stupid picture queued up. Usually I have the ukulele picture in there too. If you haven't seen this video, I might do an updated version, but check this out, okay? So okay. You might like this. So Lori, the girl on the left, her name's Lida. And she was the first serial killer, female serial killer in Idaho. And it's uncanny, the similarities between Lida and Lori. And if you look, you'll see even the way they look is kind of creepy. Check out their eyebrows. And then check out their lips turned down. It legit is like she was reincarnated from Lida. Now, Lida killed several of her husbands by poisoning them. And even they speculated that her daughter, Lida's daughter, was also killed. And what she would do is she would poison them in their food. And she got away with it quite a few husbands, let's just say. Now, hang on, I'll see if I can look at you guys. But it's such an interesting story because she would just get away with it, and she would smirk and smile like how Lori did. So I have 2 videos on that. I thought about doing an updated one. This one's the comparison to Lori. Now, funny, Lida got arrested in Hawaii like Lori did. And Lida's motivation was insurance money like Lori. So I would highly recommend it. I mean, I find it interesting. I know a lot of you may find it interesting as well. And this is the actual original story, but I did do another one comparing, and it was spooky how weird and similar it is. But one day a detective was looking and saw her demeanor and then went, something's weird. I'm going to go check into this. Cold cases, 411 stuff, unsolved. Did we get an answer on the Letitia? Didn't Emma say she was? Oh, I read that already. Thank you, Lisa. Oh, interesting. Unsolved, but we know who did it. Like Bear. Simon says, I like the obscure old cases like DB Cooper. Have you seen, I think I've done 2 or 3 videos on DB Cooper. I find that fascinating. I would love to do like a theory one, but it's so over 50 years old, but I did do a couple on DB Cooper. I do find it fascinating how he got away with it. Did he survive? Who is it? There was how many dozens and dozens or if not over 100 different suspects. I love that. That's cool. And Simon, do you know, have you looked much into the comic book? Because that's fascinating to me. The one from Quebec, I think this like French Canadian comic book that kind of was eerily similar to what happened. Man, when are they on? Should be any minute. Unsolved and current cold case files. Okay, you guys are I read that one too. Thank you. I would like to see how crime has changed over time. That's interesting. Oh my gosh, I should tell you guys while we're waiting. Okay, the other day, this is crazy. So the other day on the weekend, I was on a street and I heard a ding. So I look and there's this truck barreling in a slow zone. And it hit the meridian, almost hit somebody head on. Okay. Okay. The person in the car pulled over and you could see they're visibly upset, kept going, and then was speeding like crazy. And there's a lot of people who typically would walk or they, park, and then veered off the road, hit a sign, a picnic table in like a wreck, like into pieces, went through a bunch of trees, did not hit a tree stump at all, or a tree, the tree, and then took out a metal bench, then hit two more meridians, and then ended up parking on, like, not parking, but like stalled out on the other side. And three full, like big, huge tires had flats on it. Somebody had parked in front of them it looked like to block them. And the law enforcement came, ambulance came, firefighters came. And so I took a walk down there because I thought, I'm not going to let this a-hole get away with it if that's who it is, right? Like if he stopped up there, because it was hard to see, because it was like 3 blocks. So I walked down there and he is in his vehicle. He's an older gentleman. They had to pry open the door because it was stuck. He gets out and gets arrested, and it looks like it's just a sunny day. Like he just looked like this walking out. So you can tell it wasn't his first rodeo. And I'm pretty sure he was drunk at minimum. And it was just crazy. Kind of knew I was Italian. Yeah, I'm Italian and Maltese. And actually, when I went to Italy, I thought I would look more Italian, but when I went to Malta, I look more Maltese, I think. Are you guys watching some long form stuff that are up to an hour or? Yeah, Linda, what's this loin fire you keep searching up? Look at you. Oh, timelines and loin fires. Oh my gosh, bones. It wouldn't look good.
All rise. Mr. Court's again in session.
Okay, we'll see what's gonna happen now. More cherries.
Thank you. Please be seated. Could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's all present accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the morning recess. CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state is continuing with a rebuttal. If the state has another witness to call at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Hermosillo.
Very well.
Okay, this is great because remember, Joe and Emma were complaining about Detective Hermosillo. So this is going to be very interesting as well. Let's get into it. And girls, calm down a little bit because we know you love Detective Hermosillo in a suit.
That the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Just a little bit. Okay. All right, before we inquire on direct, then I'll note the witness, Lieutenant Hermosillo, has been sworn. Lieutenant, have you observed or watched any trial testimony since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hermosillo, can you remind the jurors where you work?
Rexburg Police Department.
And did you begin work on a case involving two missing children, specifically JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you became involved in that investigation?
When we started looking for JJ, that was November 26th, 2019, when we performed the welfare check.
And were you involved in the beginning of Idaho's involvement into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall when the bodies of the children were recovered?
June 9th, 2020,
And where were they recovered?
Chad Daybell's backyard.
During the investigation, did you learn who Emma Daybell or Emma Murray is?
We did.
And who is she?
The daughter of Chad Daybell.
Lieutenant Hermosillo, did you ever see Emma Murray at the gym?
I did one time early on in the investigation, yes.
And when you say early on in the investigation, would it have been before the discovery of the children?
It was.
When you saw her at the gym, did you approach her?
No,
Did you talk to her?
no,
Did you ask her questions?
No.
Did you go and work out by her?
no.
Have you ever driven by the Daybell property?
I have, yes.
Did you drive by it as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have other reasons that you would sometimes drive by that property?
I have several reasons. We have our dry cleaning business that's a quarter mile down the road from the Daybell residence. I also have family that lives north of the Daybell residence. But most importantly, I think the reason I was driving by the Daybell residence was it was a very active investigation at that time.
Did that include driving by prior to the children being located?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Did you drive by prior to the location of the children's bodies?
Yes,
And did you drive by sometimes after?
yes,
Did you drive by 2 times a week?
no,
And again, when we talk about driving by that property, you said that was a significant piece of the investigation.
it was.
And can you remind us what was found on that property?
JJ, Vallow, and Tylee Bryan.
Do you know when Tammy died, where she was located?
I do.
Where was that?
Chad Daybell's bedroom.
So all 3 at the Daybell property or in the residence?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
No questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of Lieutenant Hermosillo. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you.
We love you, detective.
All right, as I mentioned, this is the state's rebuttal evidence at this time. I'm going to inquire, does the state have another witness to call?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes rebuttal. That will bring us to the next stage of these proceedings then, ladies and gentlemen. The next matter the court will be taking up are the jury instructions in this case. I'll note we are taking time to work on those and have been working on them. I'll address more on the record with counsel in a formal jury instruction conference. We are going to be conducting the closing arguments in this matter, as I understand it, tomorrow. The state will have closing mid-morning. Is that the schedule the state still wishes to have for the closing argument, Ms. Blake?
That will work for the state, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And does that work for the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some matters to work on then between now and then administratively. That's going to allow the jurors to be excused for the day. They'll be returning again tomorrow. We'll take up other matters both on and off the record as we prepare for getting final instructions to the jurors before they would begin deliberations and to have for the closing arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attendance this morning. You're going to recess to the jury room with some additional instructions before you're excused for the day. Please follow that continuing instruction of the court not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you begin your deliberations. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up between now and then. That will conclude our juror service for today, and we'll return again tomorrow for closings. All please rise for the jurors. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, there's again going to be a jury instruction conference on the record. I'd if possible like to take that up later this afternoon. We'll do an informal jury instruction conference off the record to determine whether or not the parties have reviewed our proposed instructions that have been submitted and determine where there might be objections that can be considered by the court. In addition, we're going to discuss exhibits as well and make sure there's a clear record of what's been admitted in this lengthy trial to confirm that with counsel before exhibits are submitted to the jury in their deliberations. So if counsel will stick around, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. At this time on the record, we may come back on the record at such later point, subject to when we get to these issues that could be called back on the record. So we'll go ahead and have the public excused at this point, and I'll talk to council about timing going into the afternoon and tomorrow, please.
Wow, this is crazy. So tomorrow we'll be closing statements or closing arguments. Thanks, Bearcat. Now, it was pretty quick with Detective Hermosillo, basically asking about Emma. I love Lindsay and how she brings that up. It should be interesting. It's so weird, right? We're just waiting, going, oh, when is this gonna be done? And now it's done, so to speak. We have closing arguments, then we have to the jury with the deliberations. Then we see what happens there. So we still have, though, what day is it today? Is the 28th. Let me just look on my calendar. 9th is a Sunday. Maybe it'll be next week. JP better be ready to go with his closing arguments right after the state. This is dragging. Could you imagine what that's going to look like? These closing arguments from John? Oh my gosh. I think it's going to be beautiful how the prosecution will lay it all out. But for John, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, witness-wise, it does feel weird now, doesn't it? We're so used to this. It's been, what, 7-8 weeks? Thank you. Once upon a time, I was going to be one. Or I guess I wanted to. You guys think it'll be quick? We're on Tuesday. You think we're gonna have something? I don't know. Wishful thinking, yeah, of course. Let's get it done in 10 minutes, guys. What do you think? Yep, this is easy. Do I have Discord? I don't have a channel on Discord, but I should probably do something like that, shouldn't I? Yes, JP will take 5 hours in closing arguments to say 2 minutes worth of information. That right there, that sentence right there pretty much sums up the 8 weeks or however long it's been. 5 hours, a repetition of the same thing, and it could have been done in 10 words or less. Do I think JP has managed to cast doubt over any of the prosecution's evidence? I feel like John, the short answer is no. I think his defense is weak. I think he also weakened it by obviously coaching, in my opinion, but I think he also weakened his position by being overly dramatic with every single witness. I said this earlier that he would have been more effective had he not been so harsh to every single juror, and it just makes it look bad. Even if the jurors can put that aside or whatever, they're still subconsciously going, this guy's an a-hole. Yes, I'll do a poll. I'll put that in the community tab. No, Linda, Discord is awful. Did I see the video of YouTube of Emma sticking her? Oh yeah, I had that years ago. Day FBI was searching first time she knew Chad and Lori were in Hawaii. Yeah, that sums up Emma. Discord is where the angry people hang out. Okay, you guys don't like that idea. Okay. Please give a like. Yes, I appreciate that. That helps out a lot. And then it'll be back to grinding on the videos to get it out. I'm sure he will misstate a lot of the evidence for his last chance to confuse the juror. No kidding. It wasn't long for Lori's. I don't think. We are very, very close now. Lori took total of 7 hours. Well, if Lori took 7 hours, perhaps this one will be even shorter. Agree. I think putting agree. There's some weird things on that for sure. Any chance that you, Nate, and Lauren do a wrap-up episode? I would love to do something collaborative. Love to do it. Yeah, what is she, 5? Okay. What else, you guys? Do I have any videos with just pictures in this case? No, like are you saying what do you mean by just pictures of the people? I have a who's who in the zoo video. Is the public and YouTube not allowed for the afternoon issues? It sounded like right now they're taking the stuff off public and they might, depending, but I don't know. I'll have to keep it on and see what's going on, and maybe if there is something, I'll come back. I don't know. I have not seen the video of Tammy and the coworkers. Yeah, I don't need a man. I agree. I don't need one, but I do like one. Thank you, you guys. What else? Jackie, did I post a new video? No, I worked on one. I did not post one. I have a YouTube short to put up. But this weekend I decided to kind of just take a moment and do something because I haven't for weeks. Chad did look pretty slouchy today. Thank you. I do have a couple. There's a case that I want to do from British Columbia that I've done before, but I had like another, I guess, theory prepped or just a pattern recognition one, and I should do that. So many shoulda wouldas. Wouldn't it be awesome? That would be awesome if we could just take less than 1 hour. No, I think they're actually done for the day. They said they might come back, but we don't know. Last night, people are calling their school, removing their kids from Emma's class. Wow. When Detective Hermosillo was called in, Chad crossed a line on his notebook. I bet he's trying to do some voodoo crap on him. Yeah, he's probably part of the hit list. Lisa says, as for Discord, it really depends on the community. I think I was in a horror Discord being a content creator on TikTok, and it was a nightmare. Ooh, that's not fun. That's the thing. There's so many things to do, like TikTok and Twitter and Instagram and all this. I don't know how people do it. Another sneeze. Wouldn't it be cool to do a live mystery solving where we would decide on an old case and everybody starts digging in and see whatever evidence we can come up in live chat? I would love that. Let's do that. If the court is going back live, they will reopen the gallery, so keep an eye on Nate's tweets. Yeah, what I'll do is, it looks like they're also keeping the live stream going on the judge's channel. So I guess I'll be notified when it starts to, you know, go off, so to speak. Have a wonderful afternoon too, Pamela. I find true crime YouTube off-putting. Creators choosing certain YouTubers, spreading misinformation the way cases are chosen, but that's just me. It's so interesting. It's so different now than what it was when I started 4.5 years ago. And some of the things I struggle with too, like there's a couple of things I struggle with as well. Someone mentioned a couple of weeks ago a video of Emma and Joe riding four-wheelers on Chad's property around the grave sites and laughing. I've seen a picture of it. Closing arguments tomorrow, mid-morning, they said. Cher once said, men are like dessert. You don't need them, but you enjoy having them. What happened to Mr. Linda? We split 2 years ago. Next month will be, 2 years. My back is better. I've been working out and being diligent in that, and it's actually working. And plus I went to a wicked chiropractor that hooked me up to this machine where it kind of spread my shoulder blades apart and then just like an EM what do you call it? Like a TENS machine. It was awesome. Do I think the death penalty? Do you guys think the death penalty? I don't think they're going to have a problem finding him guilty, in my opinion. I think that's, I kind of feel like he will. I could be wrong, but I kind of feel like he will. Do you know I've been through almost 3 pens since we started this trial? Weird fact, fun fact of the day. Some of y'all better not start committing crimes just so Detective Hermosillo drives by your house. We have not heard Muffler Guy lately. That's because I moved. I moved almost 2 summers ago. But sometimes there's a guy or somebody that comes, I hear them, but not like how it used to be. Oh, thanks for gifting memberships. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad you do. With the Petito case overnight, everybody became a true crime creator. Yeah, wow. That was a huge, huge case. My husband and I checked your channel almost every few days for 4 years about this case. It would be weird to not have that. Well, don't forget, okay, Chad Daybell's going to be finished, but we still have Lori to go. And so we still have a ways to go. I might still dip into some of these things with Chad Daybell. There's some interesting things, but oh, the picture of Emma and her hubby on quad was from June 2020. So that very month, no kidding. Jenny, what has happened in court? Well, we are finished. The prosecution's rebuttal witnesses are done. And we ended with Detective Hermosillo, which everyone is loving. And basically, there was a couple of moments today that was great. But the prosecution wanted Janice Olson from the insurance company to come back on the stand, but the judge said no. And then Dr. Eric Christensen came up. He was the chief medical examiner. And they talked about Dr. Raven a little bit. And Dr. Christensen just talked about basically Tammy's results and that there was no colloidal silver. And at the end of the day, it was a homicide. And John Pryor's like, well, what about confirmatory bias? And Dr. Christensen's like, you mean confirmation bias? And it was funny though, because Lindsay went up and went, well, the defense went pretty in depth, which was great. Then we had Detective Dave Stubbs come up, and that was a great moment because they were saying and proved how Chad turned off his Chad's account, Googled how to turn off location data, and also it was deleted from 1970 data all the way to December 2019. And then we had a very brief moment about Detective Hermosillo, and he talked about Emma and that he's only seen her one time in the gym before the children were even found. And he said he goes by the house because he has a dry cleaning business and family, but he said also because children were missing. I know. 2 years this September. Isn't that crazy? It's been a journey the last 2 years. Yes, I have the courage now, so let's get that. I don't normally post these comments, but you know what? Today I will. But that's it. We got to keep it classy in here. He is a piece of work in the Micah Miller case. That's just interesting. Chad has been through also has been through 3 pens pretending to write something. I wish I could see his notes. Like, I wonder if he's just drawing the portal potty or... As a writer, I love draining a pen. Actually, these are pretty good pens. Have you guys tried this one, the Sharpie gel pens? I'm actually liking it. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. I do, speaking of sponsored, you know, you know, my vitamins I always talk about. Today's is a quote by Judy Garland. Always be a first-rate version of yourself instead of a second-rate version of somebody else. Isn't that nice? Gotta take my vitamins. Can't wait for jurors to give us their thought processes during the trial. Yes, and I can't wait for the judge, what he's gonna say, because oh boy, he gave it to Lori, but I think it's gonna be even worse to Chad, and I am so looking forward to that. Linda, someone said interview Ray Hermosillo. He's so admired for how he goes out of his way any day time. He goes for the truth no matter how. Such a selfless man and gorgeous. You know what's cool about him? I've seen him almost every single like preliminary. He's there. Like he's been on the forefront since day one. Always see him. I know. I don't you think if they would have done that, Kay, somebody was saying it's hard to do that. But what do you think from the jurors' point of view if they impeached Garth and Emma? Don't you think that would just make it stronger? Or maybe I'm just a little clueless in that part of the process. Oh, Andrea, I'm sorry you're having some rough time with a toothache. Chris Watts started all the subscribing to channels for me. Yeah, I did a Chris Watts video. I should have done another one, but I was a little too afraid at that time. Didn't even get to see my dream boyfriend. I forgot about them selling dirt. I don't remember that. Awesome. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you all you guys for watching my videos and being here and supporting me and doing this together and emotional support for each other, hanging out. If John was barking at me in that ugly tone, I would tell him to speak to me in a professional tone if you want me to answer your questions. No doubt. Oh, the funny of the day in my email. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, here we go. We got another funny. Okay, who didn't turn off their location? Raccoons with the phones? Chad Daybell's house. Thank you for sharing that. That's good. That's hilarious. I will, Jenny. Thank you. I'll check. Okay, you like the gel pens. They're good. Oh, you like my nails? Oh, yeah, I got new. I guess you guys haven't seen my new nails, have you? They're chrome, kind of. What Chad did is obviously planned. No location for a year is probably the highlight of plans from Chud. Lori applied pressure and bam, Tammy's attempt and then murder. All this should be DP on all. I mean, really, where's the... Even though there's a lot of circumstantial stuff, right? When you add it all up, I mean, the downfall would be Alex also in the yard, but Alex talked to Chad an hour before both times that they came onto the property the day Tylee was buried and Tylee and JJ were married. So there's all kinds of stuff. I know everybody wanted more jail calls. That would have been so interesting. The 3 million view Watts video. Yeah. Yep. Do you have the video of what boys said to Lori? That would be fun to watch while we wait. Yes. Let me just think for a moment. No. Yes. I had that in my last video. I think. Did I? In one of my videos, because I remember giving it to my editor. Let me just see. I know I have it. She went in May last year, right? I'll pull it up. I just can't find it the way I did it in my titles. What was the biggest bomb drop for you? Candy says, I have a friend who is friends with Detective Hermosillo. Does Detective Hermosillo have a brother or an uncle? Cousin? Closing arguments is tomorrow. If Chad's convicted, when is sentencing? I remember Lori's was months later. Lori's was months later. They had to do a questionnaire. I forgot about the questionnaire. I don't know. Yeah, they had to do a questionnaire. When did I do this? It's hard going back sometimes. I need a master list. Agree. No, Lori didn't fill out the questionnaire, but there was something that had to be done. And Boyce, I think it took a month or two. It was up until July. The bomb drop for me was finding out that they had planned to kill the kids just after they murdered Charles Proust. Conspiracy and intent. Biggest bomb was for who would want to have relations with Potato. Still think Chad not first missing peeps. They looked at cemetery. He worked for Missing Girl before. I think there's a clue in Chad's book pick with headstone. Oh, with what's her name? I can't think of her name. Why is that? That's awful. You guys are going to tell me. I can't remember. Yeah, it's not his first rodeo, I don't think. I think he's done it before. It's probably, it is a blessing if he's going to be away and not have any else in his little. Yeah. That was tough too. Oh, because of the DP, they will go directly to sentencing. That makes sense. Kipling, that's it. Kipling Davis. Thank you. You own it. That was so good. That was Garth's coworker. Has Judge Boyce limited closings to a certain length of time? I don't know. Nice to see you, Raul. I haven't seen you in a while. Or it feels like it anyways. The coded calls. Yes. Wow, right? That's it. Pre-sentencing. Okay. Yeah. Because it took May, June, July. I think it was July that they got it back. End of July, mid-July. I can't remember what it was. Let's see what I have. Prior saying murder. Yeah, I'm going to put up the YouTube shorts about that. Biggest bomb chat says he has a plan for the kids. That's right. And his kids are good at keeping secrets. Do I have to change it? You're right. I do have to change it. Look at that. You guys get to hang out while I change my number. Let's see what we have here. I feel like Mr. Dress Up was like, is it Mr. Dress Up or? Yeah, the tickle trunk. Oh, okay, it's doing for me. Where did it go? Fell off by itself. I'll have to pick it up. Dun, 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 dun. There. Look how nice it went up. Our family is growing. I don't know where that went. It went somewhere. Okay. Our family's growing. Okay, let me just write down another thing here. Yeah, they're prison calls confirming codes. Now, here's something. Let's say we're at the end of this trial, which we are, but when it completes, and if I have pulled some more information, would you still like me to do a video on it, even though the trial's done? If that makes sense, let me know that. Don't worry, my cat will find it. I'll pick it up after. Now Chad can look forward to 144,000 days in prison. Okay, you guys are a yes. Okay, this is good. Okay, because I have a ton of things. Okay, good. There's still so much, and I've done my best to highlight all the good bits in my 2 notebooks that I've gone through. And, you know, it won't be like a boring update. I'll actually do, some Linda spinning on it. Okay, this is good. Plus, we have Lori to go, so there's that. And then, when the stuff is released, wouldn't that be interesting? It's going to take me another 5 years to get through all this stuff. If you guys are willing to watch it, I'm willing to do it. There's Charles. Hey, Charles. He's been with us for a long time. I sent several screenshots of all the different stories Garth told people in messages. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That really helps. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, you guys. This means a lot to me. I wouldn't want to ever stop doing what I do. I love doing what I do, but sometimes it's like, I don't know if I can keep doing it. Yeah, sounds like you're not coming back. Yeah, I'm not coming back. Who is it in my video frame behind you in the purple wearing a white cap? See, my other frame died on me. And so for some reason, I wonder where the plug-in went. I wonder if I could plug it in this one. But it died on me, and there was doing some funky things that it shouldn't even been doing. So usually I have Tylee in there. Because I split it, so I have quite a few of the other victims in that. So maybe I need to transfer it to that and then fix this. I have so many things to do. Like, honestly, I don't know how I don't have enough time to do it all. Okay, tell me when she's there and when they're there and all. Oh, that's Peyton Houston, I bet. She's super smiley and has like kind of reddish hair. That would be Peyton, I think. No, no two chair. It's coming. I have to test them out. I'm so small. I don't like big chairs if I can't sit in it. Thank you. Just dropping some confirmation lapidity for everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Okay, you guys still want more info. This is great. I appreciate your feedback. It helps me navigate what to do. Oh, Chad erasing Tammy's pictures. Oh, he's such a jerk. Confirmatory lapidity, rigor mortis. Yeah, don't forget to turn off your phone if you don't want to bing off the towers when committing a crime. Me too. This was a great moment today. Everybody's awesome. Plug it in, plug it in. Yes, we could agree. Chad is holy toast. Holy toast. We have to give Pryor credit for keeping us entertained by his language miscues and mispronunciation of words. And yes, I agree. And I'm pretty sure he was watching this channel and others, because we would say something and he'd correct it the very next day. I talked about that for a few weeks. Oh no, Brenda. Okay, here's what you missed. Detective Hermosillo was on the stand. He talked a little bit about Emma, basically, that they made it sound like, Emma and Joe made it sound like Detective Hermosillo was harassing them. And he's only saw Emma in the gym once. And then we had Dr. Christensen on, who reiterated about Tammy dying from homicide. And then the great moment of the day was Detective Dave Stubbs was on there. They talked about Chad's search history and all that. But Chad, when like 2 months after he met Lori, he was searching how to turn off your location data, and then it was deleted. Everything was deleted for the entire year. So that was interesting. And that same detective was a little spicy at John, because John's, a Lapidiot. And then we also had, that was it. And the prosecution wanted to bring in Janice Olson, who was an insurance agent, but the judge denied it. And that was pretty much the morning. But now here's the deal. Tomorrow's closing arguments, which is crazy. That's right. Yeah. You know what? This is the one thing that I keep bringing up, that true crime can be a little bit crazy. I think you can agree with that. And I really wanted, when I first started, I really wanted this to be, I love community. So I really wanted a space where people just were respectful. So I always said, keep it classy, keep it classy. And you guys are. And not only that, but you're empathetic, you're super smart, you love the details, which I appreciate because I love the details too. And that we could gather and have a great time. I mean, really, in 8 weeks, there's only been one day that I got upset by one person, maybe twice, but not even that big of a deal. But one day I had a little soliloquy like John Pryor. And other than that, it's been beautiful. And we've had up to 30, I think 3,600 was the highest amount of people that were in at one time. So to have that many people and have it classy like that has been amazing. And we got to give shout outs also to the moderators who've been amazing. And, I only have a couple, and they kept the fort down, so to speak. Sometimes the trolls like to go when I'm out for lunch or whatever, and you come back and then they're cranking on me, but it's only been one or two bad seeds, really. Probably Emma, and maybe the other one's John. Hi, John. If you're watching again, I always do say hi to you, all right? Yeah, I love being with you guys. So now people are asking if we're done today. They've kept the Zoom going. So they said if they have something to take up, they'll come back on. So we'll see. I don't know if that's going to be or not. I don't know what to do. If I should keep the stream going, don't keep the stream going. I'm not sure. But I could probably keep an eye on it. And then if it comes back on, then I'll do another live stream. That way, you know. Jury instructions are boring and take forever. Very tedious work. Out damn spot. That's okay. We had thousands of people tell me in the comments about that still to this day. It's okay. I found my tribe. Found my people. Linda, you don't respond to super chats? I do if I missed it. I haven't even got there yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I haven't even got there yet. It takes me some time because there's a delay when it comes up, and the amount I talk, there's a delay, and then I read every single comment. So 1 second, I have one before you. A medium said that Tyler was beaten with a baseball bat and parts of her been eaten. That's before they found the kids. Thanks, Raluca. Yeah, I don't talk about her on the channel, but I have heard one video of hers pertaining to this case. And yeah, a lot of people do mention that, but thank you. Why wouldn't judge let Lori's trial be streamed? Oh, they fought for that. So there was no death penalty. Lori's wouldn't be streamed. There was something that happened prior to trial, and I can't remember what it was. Was it there was zooming in, and basically there was a whole hubbub about it, and it ended up being no streaming. So we relied on Nate, who did an amazing job, and he updated Twitter every single day. So we watched it that way. And then I would go and I think make a few videos or whatever it was. But it was crazy because I was watching 2 trials or following 2 trials at once. So that's why. Thank you, Adrienne. Maybe. My sister, I still bug her about that. I tell her. um, what is your favorite line that John said in total? Me too. Bombshell testimony was from Garth's coworker stating Garth found his mom and his dad was nowhere to be found. Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember that? Yeah. Oh, I gotta write this down. You guys are awesome. They said the TV crew because Laurie was playing and flirting with the men, especially your defense attorneys. Yeah, no kidding. She's so gross. I wish the quality of the cameras were better. I love how we spell it. Let's see. I'm going to let's see if I have. I did a what's the word? YouTube short on the murder, present at the murder. That'll go up today. It's a little bit late, but it's okay. I can't be 7,000 people in one day. I'm learning to let go. I'm going to download that. Bling and not the bings. Rigor mortis and lapidity, hands down. I wish I would have timestamped like all my reactions to some of those too. Would be funny because we had some good laughs. And when I don't eat, as you know, I get a little bit kooky. Proof Emma lied. The event she had was on September 7th. The computer search was on the 8th. And Tylee was burned and buried on the 9th. Just Google these things. Oh, the SSW wind. It is like they're using the 70s. Is bad. A video to show this storyline would be great. Enjoyed your segments. Awesome. Chad slept in the cozy cone when the search warrant testimony was upstairs. Remember, he said he wanted to get dressed to come downstairs? Did I ever find out if Bear watched your videos? Yes. Yes, because there were a couple things that we were doing behind the scenes. We meaning myself and another other creator, 2 creators. And there was a couple things that was going on after that. So I think, I shouldn't say for sure, but I'm pretty darn sure that Bear was watching. And I know in some ways because of the reactions, what happened after. So I would put out a video and I'd purposely do it. And I did one on his behavior and I went to like the extreme degree, but I waited until his anniversary date was done, or was over. And then I put it out. And it was such a degree that he lost his marbles about it. And he was supposed to be doing an interview, or he was asked to do an interview over and over. And then he agreed to the interview after that. Oh, there's a couple things anyway. But Letitia watched for sure. I used to actually address Letitia. It's interesting. I'm so glad you guys have all enjoyed hanging out. I screen recorded when you read my meme and laughed a bunch. That's awesome. No, not Nate. Not Nate. I would like to talk to him though. Remember that when I used to dress her and I go, Letitia, can you just answer me one thing? And I would look at the camera and ask her and she'd go and answer it, but she would do it to a reporter. She'd answer the question. She wouldn't do it to me. I wonder how Eduardo's doing. Wait, it's Eduardo Omoletto right there. We got to get Bear arrested first. That would be a start. Oh yeah, I have an Eduardo emoji. I forgot that. You guys make my day. I love it. So we are almost at noon. I am wondering what to do here. I am getting hungry. I will have to eat. And I could just keep an eye on it. And if they do go back, I could do another live stream. Because we don't know if it's going to be 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now, 10 minutes from now. So, because there's still, you can see, I'll show you. They're still having it live and it says court will resume. And usually when they're done for sure for the day, they will close that out, but they haven't. So, but not to say that they will, but there's a possibility that they will. Here's Charles again. I got to bring him forward a bit. Do you remember last week? Do you remember when it sounded like me talking and I wasn't talking? That was weird. What happened after the morning break that was almost an hour long? Nothing really. I don't even think that was that long. The morning break. Oh, after Chad's pings, it was his bings, the location data, or actually his deletion. There was basically just Detective Hermosillo on. It wasn't very long, and he talked about Emma just for a minor bit about, you know, he only saw her one time in the gym, and it was really not a whole lot. And then we've been yapping ever since and asking questions and chit-chatting. So I'll start another stream if they come back. And I'll keep it on. Yeah, I'll keep it on and we'll figure that out. Yeah, my mirror falling too while I was sitting here. Remember that? And I just went, what's that sound? Have I heard of Travis Baumgartner? It's a Canadian true crime crime researching. He killed 4 of his armored truck co-workers. Where is that? What province was it? Skip lunch and have a Long Island iced tea instead, just for entertainment value, if nothing else. I do like lemon drop martinis. And I do like gin. But not too much. And I love port. Lemon drop. Okay, well, yesterday I made chili in a crock pot so that I could eat this week and not miss out on lunch. Yeah, the mirror fall. What else was weird? The voice, my voice sounding, that was very bizarre. I even typed it out in chat going, did you guys hear that? What was that? Court will be the same tomorrow. And then we'll have closing arguments mid-morning, they said. You guys want to chat for a bit? Sure, I can leave the chat up for a bit while I go grab some food. How about that? Yeah, you all. Okay, you know what? Maybe somebody wants to take on this task to find it. If I give you maybe the time stamp, sort of, kind of. I can't remember what day it was, but it was definitely my voice. Like, I even thought it was my voice. I can't remember what day it was, though. Do you guys remember? I should have typed this out instead of doing it on. But sometimes it's harder to type on my computer while I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, last Wednesday-ish. I might have put a timestamp on there-ish to see. But I don't remember what day it was that I actually, that was. Definitely was my voice that was really weird. I reckon you would be amazing at escape rooms. That's one of my favorite things to do. It's been a while since I've gone, though. Hendrick's gin with cucumber. I had one on the weekend at my niece's house that was Hendrick's with muddled lime. Yes, 1000% yes. On Koberger's case. Now that's going to bug me about the voice. I feel like it wasn't too many days ago, though, was it? It was last week, right? Can you remember who was talking? It was the weirdest thing. I don't know. You guys can talk amongst yourselves when I go eat. I figured out. There, you could solve a mystery. Right? Okay. The bings? Where did I bing it? I zoom it in and I can't find it. I bought grapefruit gin. It's delicious mixed with sparkling water. Ooh, I have rhubarb gin that I bought at Christmas time. It's like just started having a little bit of it. Not all the time, but so what voice thing? So we were listening to, I feel like John Pryor was up. Something happened and it sounded like I spoke, but I didn't. Do I ever follow unsolved crimes? I love unsolved stuff. You guys are over the voice already. You're like, yeah, whatever. I was creeped out. I think they were going to play something too, weren't they? It's going to bug me. This is you guys. This is a good example of showing you that I don't stop to get the piece of information, which can sometimes be a long, long, long journey. Anyway, I'm giving up. I'm going to give up. I'd love you to follow Delphi. It is the first true crime case where I don't have 100% trust in the states. Okay, well, Jenny, you know what? I actually have a Delphi playlist, so let me get that for you. I haven't done a lot in it, but I've done 13 videos on Delphi, it looks like. There you go. Yeah, it was so weird. The day of my meeting? Wednesday or Thursday morning. Thursday, I think. So that would have been day 29, wasn't it? Now my ear's buzzing. What's going on? What's going on, you guys? Maybe I didn't write it down. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was day 29 at around lunchtime. We're going to find it. Be about 3.5 hours in. I'll pull it up. How about that? And we can get a spooky detail. Why not? I'll pull it up. I'll just find it first. You guys talk amongst yourselves, pretend I'm eating lunch. Um, I hate when he says right. Okay, it's close. Hang on. Sorry, hang on, guys. Oh, okay. I played the morning. That's my voice. It's going to be hard maybe to find. The things we do to go find it. Okay, here we go. I just got a little bit more and then I found it. Sorry, guys, it's taking so long. Don't get annoyed. Did you hear that? I'm gonna have to, what I'll do is I'm gonna take the clip and I'll on my own time, obviously, I'll take it and I'm gonna slow it down and see what that was about, because that's weird. Day 29. I'll clip it. Are they done for the day? We don't know if they are or not. They are, there's a possibility, but the judge doesn't even know. So I'm just going to add this here. I'm going to go eat. I'll be back in a little bit. Here we go. Melissa has it. Rebuttals are ordered, or where court is working on jury instructions, and closing arguments are tomorrow. We're just hanging out, chatting, and talking about voices. Remember John's? Sorry, Your Honor. It's in the preliminary hearing. I thought I heard voices in the corner. Okay. I'll see if I could pull it in again after lunch. Hang on one more sec. Let's see if I'll play it again. That was so weird. Okay, Garth Vader. Okay, hang out for a bit. I'll go eat. I'll come back and then we'll see. And if not, we'll just go from there. How's that sound? I'll be back. Hello, everyone. How is your, I don't know how long I've been gone for, half an hour maybe? 20 minutes? Hi. So, I'll hang out with you for a few minutes and then we will just continue on. We still talking about Emma? I haven't gone 3 hours. Linda, did you struggle at the beginning of your separation? My husband moved out yesterday. Ouch, that's hard. I'm so sorry for you going through that. My separation kind of happened after I was grieving it, if that makes sense. It still was a struggle in some ways. Some days are good, some days are not so good. And in the last 2 years, it's kind of been tough because for me, if I don't create my income, I don't I don't live, right? There's been a little bit of up and down for me that way. Is always a struggle, especially when there's kids involved or whatever. So, I mean, there's a struggle in general. For me, I found it, just a little bit of an adjustment, but I knew it was going to happen. And it just took the moment for me to be brave and go through that. So I'm sorry you're going through that. That's not fun. And it's always a little bit, even if a person knows it's the right thing, it's still a tough thing. So yeah, there's good times and there's not so good times, but what did I have for lunch today? I had chili I made in the crock pot yesterday. Oh no. Let me just check this here. Okay, I didn't see it, but that's okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. I didn't share. I know crock pots. I learned the last few weeks that the best way to do trial is to batch cook. Hey Ken, there wasn't trial yesterday, so you don't have to worry about that. Today was the first day back since Thursday. Chad did not take the stand. He is not going to take the stand. And now we're waiting tomorrow's closing arguments. Do I think Alex was murdered? When I did Alex's video way, way, way long time, I had teetered. But I don't think Alex's was coincidental. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I think something happened to him. Now, what? I don't know. I'm still curious about that stupid code about gift baskets. And the time he died is very peculiar for me. You were so brave through the tears. We missed doing lives, but you came back stronger. Yes. I missed a lot. It took me a long time. Even though I worked every day on my channel, it still took me a long time to get a video done. It was one of those things. I feel better now though. It is warming up in Canada. Today's going to be warm actually. It might rain, but it'll be warm. Some gal on Facebook chat threatened to come find and harm me because I said Emma and Chad were deceptive. Probably was Emma. $99. I think we're at 20. It's going to be 24, they said today. So 24, 48, 78. He asked if she was a Daybell. That's funny. Did we ever find out about Letitia? Yeah, no, I haven't heard that answer about Letitia. Have you? I have to look it up. Oh, what's Chad having today for lunch with his scam sandwich? Just noticed I had that. Yesterday would have been chili. Today's cheese ravioli for dinner, looks like. Lunch, he's having a peanut butter and jam and jelly sandwich. And tonight he's having cheese ravioli with spinach, bread, fruit, spam with cherries on top. That cherry was awesome today. What else do you guys? When I was eating, I remembered a question to ask you. Of course, now. Oh, yes, I do. I have a question. What do you guys think about the next time we do trial? What would you like to see me do or I guess that I haven't done during this trial process? Maybe some feedback on that. I don't understand how Chad and Emma have supporters. I hope it was a troll. Lori, yes, Kevin. Lori will be back in court again on August 1st is supposed to be it, unless they change the date. August 1st is her next trial. She got extradited last year to Arizona, and she's going to be facing her charges in Brandon Boudreau's attempt that was made on his life, and also Charles. So that one's going to be a big one. You know we're going to cheer for them. So that'll be August 1st so far, unless they change it, and I'll be streaming again every single day, and we're going to go through that. I have not yet done a video on Emma's lies. There's a lot. I know it never stops, does it? It just keeps going. You do so much already. What else is out there? Well, I'm just wondering if there's something that you want me to do while I do the trial, or you know what I mean? Something that maybe is an idea. The first 2 years after divorce are very hard, but it does get easier. Oh, you know, I look at my ex-husband and it's totally fine. Like I was over him long ago. Probably when I split from him. And so now we can talk to each other, and sometimes we just talk to each other about each other's dates, even nothing too extreme. It's not like I've been on a lot, but you know, We chat. It does take an eternity because I have to go and backtrack. Did I hear a bing? Tell us jokes when, when it's bad. Like how I show the memes and, you know. How can we stop this from happening again? You know, I always think back to, yeah, Charles and how he tried so hard. And he's a good guy. You know, sometimes I'm not joking. Like I'll come in here and if I see Charles pop up on the picture, I go, Lori's such an idiot. I can't fathom how Garth and Emma Daybell think their lives are going to go now. From the bloodbath I see on Rexburg, our Facebook, neither will be teaching there ever again. Well, kind of did it to themselves, didn't they, by perjuring on the stand? You don't perjure. You don't lie. The family alienated didn't listen to Adam either. I honestly think this trial has been great on your channel. Everyone is friendly. We can laugh at Blue Muppet Storms, Lupidity, Bark, Bark, and Mel G and the Raccoons. We've been angry, cried, and Bing. Totally. I think that's been, I'm so glad that we get to do it together because I think by ourselves it just wouldn't be the same. It's been great. Okay, this we got to remember. This is a good point. There was something that was brought up during jury selection. You guys remember that? And they talked about Chad and they talked about something in Arizona and the judge sealed it. So, I'm still waiting on that. And I'm hoping that this is going to be done and guess who gets extradited? Wouldn't that be nice? The treehouse case. I've never heard of the treehouse case. What is that? I want to do that. I think that's great. We do a call in with your ideas. I love that idea. And maybe what I could do once there is some time, and also like once this is kind of the closing arguments and all that, maybe we could set a day where we do that kind of thing and have some guests on and whatever. That would be fun, I think. Yeah, that's what they did with Lori. They waited and then yeah, I think Chad's next too. Let's hope. I hope so. You're welcome. Yeah. It is hard. A lot of people said in the beginning of this trial that they didn't want to watch because they couldn't handle John Pryor, but I think we've made it here a little bit more digestible. Put Chad in a bag with 4 angry raccoons and let nature take its natural course is not a bad idea. Yep. He did say that. He said he would know when the time is to depart. That was in his long-winded 7,000 hours of patriarchal blessing, which is very similar to John Pryor. Yeah, that was a big one. Worst of all, Joe, as a kindergarten teacher, hating law enforcement as a teacher, guaranteed that admin was getting tons of parent calls to complain. Larry says he thinks the jury will deliberate for 2.5 days and we'll have the verdict by Friday. Wouldn't that be something? Court did not come back. Nope. It's still kind of on play. It is on play still. The case out of Florida, his name is Franklin Tyrone Tucker. He's account of stabbing 3 people in a dwelling called the Tree House. He represented himself, got himself a mistrial. Interesting. Your video from Thursday, and I slowed it down, couldn't hear what you said. Okay, let's see. I think I still have it queued. I'll bring it in and then maybe you guys can listen to it. Let's just see.
And frankly, on the second point, Your Honor,
Did you hear that? Right after he says frankly. I'm slowing it down.
on the second, and gun on a computer screen. And frankly, on the second point,
Do you not find that weird? That's so weird. Can I stream another channels live? It depends who the... No, probably not. If it's not the news. Has anything happened that helped the defense today? Nope. Nope. Made it worse today for them. It is my voice, isn't it? Isn't that weird? One more time. Let's just get the spooky stuff out of the way. Maybe I'll have to slow it down even more.
Deputy Cannon was showed any pictures of a paintball gun on a computer screen. And frankly, on the second, Cannon was showed any pictures of a paintball gun on a computer screen. And frankly, on the second,
Is this the weirdest thing I've ever heard? Right? What is that? I'm not even moving my lips. It says, "Hey guys." Okay, I'm going to go really slow on this again. Hang on. This time is going to be ridiculously slow. Let's see if I can.
it simply is not
true that Deputy Cannon showed any pictures of a paintball gun on a computer screen. And frankly, on the second
Ugh, that just creeps me out. What is that?
on the
I don't know. It does sound like my voice. It's the weirdest thing. I got even I got goosies. Texas Swan says, I'm gonna go watch Sins of Our Mother to fill in info we now have. Yeah, check out my also I do recaps. I think I did 3 parts. That is my voice. It was weird. As soon as I heard it, I went, what is that? I've gone dark. Yeah, I did for Sins of Your Mother, I did 3 parts to it. All right, so let's get this other thing back. I just want to make sure I queue up the other one, although I don't know if they're going to come back or not. Maybe it was Tammy saying he did it. I don't know. It sounded like my voice. It was really weird. I feel like talking about woo-woo stuff. All this weird woo stuff comes. I used to have a couple of other clips too, but I don't know. Well, oh, here, I will give you a link. You guys probably also want to watch the original stuff, but I did do a series. Let's just grab you those because I fill in some of the blanks and now we have more information and it's good to go back. Yeah, Sins of Our Mother, part 1, right here. Am I familiar with the nonsense that was the Daryl Brooks trial? No. There was a jail call in this trial I hadn't heard before between Lori and Chad. Lori seemed to be carefully asking Chad if everything's going to be okay. I wonder if reality has hit Lori yet. Oh yeah, that's the coded call. I think that's the one you're talking about because there was the other one too when they were on the property that day. All right, you guys. Yes, Corey Richens, I gotta get that going too. So today I have time now. I can go and dive into some of my scripting and figure that out. I'll keep an ear to the ground about the day or the, I can't even speak, the judge if he comes back. And if you guys, if it does come on, maybe you could fire me an email if that would be possible, but I will try and keep that on and going. So just type out my next script because I got to get that out. So yeah, the coded one. There's so much still to dive into. All right, you guys, I'm going to sign off. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. I'll set that up right away too. Be sure to hit that notification, obviously, so you can get notified. But we'll be back tomorrow, closing arguments. Chad's going down, in my opinion, and your guys' opinion, and we'll get to see it together. All right? See you later. Thanks for being here.